Welcome back, everybody, to Grand Tactician, the Civil War. Grumper Grumpa Gaming is episode 49 of our Beer Unit Only Federal Summer 61 campaign using the a.o.m mod. So, last episode was another busy episode, and map hasn't changed much, but we did get quite a bit done. We had 2 battles here in Virginia, one at Richmond and one at Culpeper Courthouse, as we are slowly starting to tighten the noose on the rebel corps that have been trapped here. And we left them trapped here for a reason, because it kept them from moving around anywhere else on the map. But it's time to finish these guys off and get these corps moving down south and end this campaign. So, as to that, the Army of the East is almost into yellow readiness. As soon as they're ready to go again, I'm going to launch them onto another attack, because they have good morale, even if their readiness is low. So I'm hoping to launch another attack with them down into this knot here and push them towards the grunts and weaken them up a little more. The grunts are still a very weak corps. They are basically like a division plus in strength at this point, and not a full-size corps strength-wise. We do have replacements being trained up to come in, but it's going to be a while to get on those. So we do need to weaken them up a little more before I can start using the grunts against them again. We also have the Engineer Corps assaulting the fort at Norfolk, so hopefully we will have control of that soon. And we also had another battle at Loudon Bridge, where the Army of the Mississippi is still stuck. I did get a comment suggesting I get rid of the stack and bring them back out again as another location. The problem is I'd lose all this experience that all the specialties the Army has. So I'm not quite willing to do that just yet. It is something I'm considering, but it's going to be more of a nuclear option for me, because I'd lose all the Army experience with it and create a new Army. And there's no telling where we create, because I don't think I could create anywhere near here. So, and I don't want to let this corps out of the valley either. Whoa. They stripped all the men out of it, looks like. They stripped all the men out of it, according to my reports here. Where the fuck did they send them to now? It looks like they're plussing up Hardy's corps, so they might be getting ready to move Hardy's corps out of the valley. And also, the rebels did sneak up into Indianapolis on us with Eccles' corps. I don't know how they flipped Indianapolis with 3,700 men, but they were able to. And they did it very quickly. 3,700 men should have not been able to flip Indianapolis. So on top of that, thankfully we did capture Savannah last episode. And Dix is in yellow readiness, so... Crap. Augusta's been a damn problem. Because of that glitch where Augusta kept flipping control back over to the rebels after I took it, this section of rail here is not controlled by us, which is going to be an issue. So it is going to slow us down. But we're going to have Dick's rail head over to Millen. Get him there nice and quick. He'll march from Millen up to Macon, and then we have complete control of rail lines all the way up to Vernon here. And then we can march against the Eccles Corps in Indianapolis. I'd rather have used the Army of the Mississippi for this. But we really don't have a choice, as they are still stuck. And I'm not going to try and move them again until they're in green readiness, because trying to move them while they're stuck drags down their readiness very quickly. And if they get attacked again, I need them to be in some type of fighting condition. And out here in the west, the Army of Tennessee is still stuck at Carrollton. Looks like the rebels are starting to make another push against it with Fry's corps. So they're not going anywhere anytime soon. Though the Independent Cavalry Corps is now at Dallas and flipping it to our control. So we should have control of it here in the next day or two. So that is almost under our control. From there, he'll push on down into Austin. And I think that covers everything. How do my units look at Traya? No, I said with with the Engineer Corps, we finally do have a name for the garrison unit, and that's going to be Hale's Hooligans. Soon I'll be able to rename them as soon as this combat's over. And how are my replacements coming? 8 days and 10 days, respectively. Both those brigades are going to go down to the grunts to backfill the brigades that are already there. So they're not going to be actual combat brigades. They're just going there to backfill what's already present. All right, I think that finally covers everything. Actually, I think it's been one of the faster recaps we've had recently. So, actually, it's now May 1st, so it is time to go into the May monthlies. All right, current economy. Current rate of our nation is A-, which is very good. Our debt remained unchanged compared to last month. Currently, our liabilities amount to $315 million, which is... I mean, when you really think about the U.S. government today, what is that? Maybe like 1 hour's worth of spending? And this is 3 years worth of debt at wartime? I mean, yeah. Current economy cycle is contraction, while our population below average and increasing because we are coming out of winter into spring. Our tax revenue says it increased at 672 million. I think that's what our revenue was completely. Total export volumes last month was 1.1 out, with 1.2 coming in. So trade has been running equal on fairly well for us. Average corporate production over the last 3 months is 451 million, a change of negative 15 million compared to the previous month. That really makes sense. It still shows us lacking wool, coffee, flour, which is not something we should really be lacking, as we don't have large armies in the field and plenty of farms. The coffee I kind of understand, but like the wool and flour should not be an issue. When we were looking at finances, we are now bringing in 116 million more a month than we are spending. So we are doing very good on that account. We do have 23 million in the bank now. We are going to be earning more money. I have more than enough money to start putting more brigades in the field. I'm just trying to limit what I have. Under the campaign rules I have going, it's more or less a back limit on me. And intelligence. According to our intelligence sources, Confederate government is currently discussing Third Conscription Act, which I think they're going to need at this point because we've really bloodied them. Relations with Great Britain and France have not changed. Says they recruited one more brigade, or 12 of their men have been recruited in 5 brigades. So that might be 5 batteries. And another ship has been put under construction. I don't know why they're building so many ships and not using them. AI seems to do that a lot. There's supposed to be like 5 different types of AI you get to fight. One of them does focus heavily on ships, and it always seems like I get the one that focuses heavily on ships but never uses them. All right, coming up to strategy. National morale, we're at 70 to their 44. There should be lower, but they did take Indianapolis from us, so I think once we retake Indianapolis, it'll drop below 40. National support, we're at 58 to their 70. Our national support is low because we do control a lot of rebel territory, and that does affect national support. Morale of armies, we're at 61 to their 54. I don't understand how the morale still remains so high, but it does. Men in the field, we have 115,450 in the field to their 126,776. So we're almost on parity with them right now. It's the first time in the campaign that we're on par with numbers. Navy tonnage, we are now well below them. We're at 121,000 tons. They're 224,000 tons. Battles won. We are at 107 battles won to their 20. Most of the battles they've won are actually fort battles, not land battles. I think I've only lost 2 battles to them on land. Total casualties, we're sitting at 82,137 to their 219,856. And the rest of that really doesn't matter for this campaign. All right, policies. We have finished Revenue Act 2. Government Funding 3, so we're now working on Bank Act 1, which will take 123 days. Oh, wait. No, you shouldn't be working at the same time. Yes, cancel that one. We're currently working on Military 3 is what I want done right now, so that we can get the Lieutenant General Act. Which I don't think we can... Nope, historical date of 1864, so we're actually not going to get it, but this is going to allow me to start creating field armies. So I'll be able to, what I want to do is get the Engineer Corps, the Grunts, and the Army of the East under one larger field command to coordinate the 3 corps better. So that's why we're going for that act right now. And then we'll go back for the bank act. So I think if I start constructing any banks, they won't be done probably until the end of the campaign, so it won't matter too much. Projects, what we've got available. Nothing we really need right now. Take command reform, although we don't get it yet without the... We shouldn't have repeating rifles yet. And I do want to keep saving up the industrial subsidies. Let's take a level of Cornus King. So I do want to take another level of weapons production, which we're just shy of getting. Okay, we're $100,000 short of that one. So I'll take a look at that again in a couple of days and unlock that. All right, I think that covers everything for the monthly, so I'll be back with the next incident. All right, it's now May 5th, and we do have our first engagement of the month, and it is the Army of the East going up against this knot of rebel troops here in Virginia, and they have a lot more men here than I initially thought they did. A lot more. So we're going in with 14,247 infantry, 1,333 cavalry, and 25 guns against 28,583 infantry, 2,229 cavalry, and 10. They only have 10 guns in all of these corps. But we got the Department of Richmond, 4,200 men, Randolph's Corps with 6,000 men, Beauregard's Corps with 10,421 men, Holmes' Corps with another 5,074 men. So, we're going to have our work cut out for us. Hopefully we can break these guys in detail and not fight everybody, but we'll see. Welcome, my grunts, to the Battle of Rapidan Bridge. So we are on the New Market battlefield, and basically fighting the battle in the opposite directions. So we're coming up here at Meem's Bottom, and the rebels are defending at New Market itself. If you've never been down to the battlefield, it is basically starts here at around Shirley's Hill and runs all the way up here to Bushrong Hill, and a running fight up into this location. Really interesting battlefield to visit if you ever get the chance. More colloquially known as the Battle of Lost Shoes because of the VMI cadets and how muddy the ground was and all the shoes that were found in the mud afterwards. Everybody lost their shoes in the mud. All right, and another thing about this battlefield is you do have the main road here, but it is actually split in half. They wouldn't do this today, but US 81 splits the battlefield in half. It runs right down the center of the battlefield. That wouldn't be allowed today, but it did happen when they built the highway. And the battlefield is actually not controlled by the Parks Department. It's actually controlled by VMI, which is why, VMI is featured so heavily when the battle's talked about, because VMI does control it. So they're defending Shirley's Hill and the town of New Market itself. Not all of their corps are on the field, thankfully, so I'm looking to push this one hard and push it fast. So the Department of Western Florida is here with 4,500 men, and the Department of Richmond is here with 3,600 men. The Army of Washington with 17,000 men is still quite a few hours away. Holmes' Corps is 7 hours away. Randolph and Beauregard are 5 hours each. So I am looking to push this fight hard. Actually, what I'm kind of hoping to do is sneak my cavalry around the rebel lines. So I'm hoping they're both here, both corps here at Newmarket itself. What I'm trying to do is send the 3rd Cavalry onto Custer and get them to seize this entry point here and this entry point here. It won't stop the rebels from arriving on the field, but it will delay them by multiple hours. Especially if I take this one, because I know they are coming in from their southeasterly direction. So seizing this point here will seriously delay the rebels. And that's what I'm looking to do, because if I can defeat these 2 corps in detail without having to fight the other 3, that's more of a bonus for us than anything. All right, so I'm going to get these troops on the road, and I'll come back in once we're in contact. All right, it's now 10 a.m., and I did manage to get my cavalry out and around behind the rebels, seizing the 2 points here and here. The rebels do have a 3rd entry point here, which I am going to attempt to grab, even though I don't need to, as we have effectively delayed the arrival of the Army of Washington by over 30 hours now. So we don't have to worry about them arriving on the field during the fighting, thankfully. I'm going to seize it anyway, just as an aside. And Army's still marching in position. We don't have the rebels sighted yet, as somehow the artillery, which was the 2nd Division I ordered to move, moved faster than my infantry, and it screwed up the entire line of march. So one of the first brigades I should have been in position is now the last brigade getting into position. So I said we don't have them sighted yet. I'm pretty sure they're up here and down in these woods here. I'm not positive. We didn't sight. Oop, we just heard somebody yelling. They're down here in these woods. At least somebody is. Let's get you guys into battle line. So it'll be a few minutes yet, but I'm fairly certain they're stretched out from these woods up along the church. But we'll see. All right, it's now 11 a.m., and we do have rebel entrenchments sighted. We do see their batteries. I don't see any of their infantry. They may not even be the entrenchments. They could be. I don't hear them. But that battery might be the men we heard yelling earlier. The 1st Attack Division is moving into position, and that is going to be the 8th Infantry Division, followed by the 7th Infantry, and then the Celtics. Celtics is going last, as they are the most understrength division. And my artillery is moving into position also. So we're about ready to kick this off. Where's my cavalry at? This is actually a perfect place for them to come in behind. Okay, they're over here. Brandenburg's come seize that point. Ross's Raiders. I do need sighting on the rebels. I didn't see anybody on Shirley's Hill. We did ride past them along this road here, so I'm going to send Ross's Raiders back up the Shirley Hill. We need to figure out where these boys are. Eighth, give me some skirmishers.
I'll smell the damn rebels before seeing them.
Going to battery, boys.
Keep the cage, damn you! Well then, don't fall behind.
Keep the boys off the fence.
Anytime now. Waiting's the worst. Sergeant, any word? Save your water now. Anytime. Save your water for when the shooting starts. Anytime. Save your water for when the
now,
shooting
men.
starts. Save your water.
Anytime now.
Save your water.
You guys ready to level yet? No, you're just starting out. Skirmishers still don't see their infantry. Not gonna be able to push this straight into their entrench. Where the hell is their infantry? What the? I just spotted somebody down here by Zirkle's Mills. So they got the entrenchments. They have the artillery entrenchments, but their infantry is over here. Who is this? Florida Militia. Okay, Department of Western Florida is on the right flank. Your Department of Western Florida also. Your Department of Richmond. So they're kind of spread out. But we know Department of Western Florida is mostly over here outside of their artillery. The hell are you guys doing? Okay. Strength 5 with 0 guns. Vicky's, you're gonna push straight in. Same with you bucktails. Come seize these entrenchments. Poles, you're gonna seize this section of entrenchments here. I can't give them advance orders, really? Division commander's right there. Or is it too far? Where the hell's the rest of your... God, the entire line of march got screwed up again. Parade ground antics coming back to haunt me once again. Alright, they're getting some leveling done. Get the rest of your division up here. I need you up on this hillside. Battle line to catch up.
Keep calm, boys. Soon enough we'll see the elephant. Sergeant, any word from the commander?
the battle underway. Get my whiskey open. And if anybody's wondering, today's battle brew is Sexton Irish whiskey. Oh, God, I love that sound. I love my Sexton Irish whiskey. If anybody knows this bottle, the way it's built, it's kind of a pain in the ass to pour it. The hell you guys doing? Where are your skirmishers going? What the hell? It's because they don't have advance orders. There we go. We can finally get them out. Looks like everybody's down there, so... let's get up here on the hillside. I mean, they only have their artillery over here, it looks like, which is crazy to me. Those boys are pulling back. Apologize for those sirens. That went right by my house. I don't know if you heard it in the microphone, but it came in loud and clear to me. I have no idea what the commander's thinking. There's the army commander. Which army, though? There's the Army of Washington commander. And South Carolina Militia Artillery is broken. New Orders, we're going to push you guys. Yeah, we're taking Shirley's Hill. New Orders, going to push you guys out here. And it looks like we evaporated this unit. That's a glitch. Wait for them to finish their movement. That'll be a few minutes still before we get anything else going, it looks like. All right, it's now almost 2 p.m. It's just 13:40 now, going 13:45, and we are about in position. Who the hell's firing? Oh, there's a brigade in the trees here. Ooh. Not cool. cool. And they have some very long-range weapons. Kind of knew they were there. Oh, it's 2 brigades. I knew there was one there. There's the Virginia Reserve, and I just lost sight of the other brigade. So I was actually getting ready to set up an attack against them with the Brandenburgs, but I think that might be a little more deadly than we anticipated. But as you can see, we actually have their backs to the river here. So I moved Crittenden's 8th Infantry Division along the road here to block this bridge. I'm moving the Celtic Division to launch an attack along this line here to make sure this bridge is cut off from retreat, and the main attack will come in from Hancock's 7th Infantry. The rebels are a little more spread out than I initially thought they were. But let's get this kicked off. Why would you use the road? No, let's turn that off. You're actually going to push through them, is my plan. So I want this bridge blocked. I don't care if these 2 brigades get away. I want to try and catch as many of these guys as possible. All right, Vickies, move in. And the Poles are still showing a glitch on their movements. This brigade's in for a rude awakening. Might take out the Army of Washington commander. If he's caught in the crowd. He's moving away. Oh yeah, you boys don't like that. Alright, just starting to fall back, push in. This brigade's just in a really bad spot. But I think the world can do with a few less Florida men anyway. The Army commander survived that crossfire, I'd be amazed. Where are you boys going? Cut them off. Why they were turning to engage them the way they were. They just don't want to retreat. Damn Florida men. Alright, Whiskeys are heading in for some hand-to-hand. And they just surrendered to us. Beautiful. Yes. That's what I want to see. Rough shape. Push in, boys. Holes, I need you up here. How many men surrendered to us? 518, not bad. What the hell are you guys doing? And I know I gave advance orders. There's a Florida militia. What the hell are you guys doing? Well, we got the dander up. They're moving fast. Holes just don't want to get in the fight. Where did DMI go? DMI was over here. They run off. Yep, DMI ran off. That's a double, boys. Let's go. Scots, get the hell up here. We're like the pulse is battle. You don't want to move. Everybody push in. Oh yeah, look at that. Beautiful. There's the CSMC now. Get rid of those boys. There they go. They are whipped out. 12 minutes on the clock. They actually squeezed past us now. All right. Keep shooting into them, boys. We've only gotten the one brigade to surrender so far. That's not bad. The amount of casualties we just racked against these boys is going to be crazy. Though we did take a lot of casualties in return because the battle's a little glitched. A lot of our movements did not happen the way they should have. The Irish Legion should have a good bag of prisoners. Got them, at least got them into the position I wanted them in. Chase down to Virginia Reserve. Keep bagging me prisoners. Camp's going to be overflowing, but we do have it upgrading. All right, not too bad. Our casualties, I believe, should have been less than they are, but the fight was kind of glitched out from the start. I don't know if anybody knows. I don't think I pointed it out. If you know, some of the flag icons are like floating way above their units on the rebel side, so things were just really glitched out. But still went beautifully. We bagged a lot of men in that fight. So we lost 1,066 of our 14,244 infantry, 180 of our 1,332 cavalry, 0 of our guns, total loss of 1,246 of our 15,940 men. Took down 2,800. So these numbers are skewed. They did not have 30,000 men on the field. They had more like 8,000 men on the field. So this is counting everybody that should have been there. That's not what was on the field. So 2,800 of the possible 27,000 infantry were taken down, 350 or 2,100 cavalry, 510 guns. Total loss of 3,200 of the 30,000 men that should have been there. So I don't know what the commander of the Army of Washington was thinking. Who the hell was in command again? Johnston was in command, and we did wound him. So I don't know what Johnston was thinking, having his men. What I was judging by the way the battle lines were set up, I think they were waiting for the 3 corps from the Army of Washington to show up to set up in the entrenchments, and they just had everybody else here on the flank. Because if they'd been here in the entrenchments, that would have been a bloody fight. Really not much room for maneuver. I could have maneuvered around, but really not much room for maneuver around here with the woods, the streams. It would have been a rough fight just breaking them out of those entrenchments. But sitting back here the way they were, by the Zirkle Mill, made it a lot easier. All right, time for the combat reports. All right, 3rd Cavalry Division. Ross's Raiders did 53 to infantry, captured 60 for total 113. The Brandenburg Dragoons only did 22 to infantry. I'm kind of surprised, but I really wasn't paying attention to what was happening across the river. Losses for the 3rd Cavalry. Ross's Raiders, 25 dead, 125 wounded, 20 missing, total 170, aggregate strength of 436, 28% casualties. But Ross's Raiders took a lot of fire from those woods as they were riding past. That's where most of those casualties come from. The Brandenburgs, 1 dead, 9 wounded, total of 10, aggregate strength 716, 1% casualties. Engineers did not fight. Celtic Division, Blue Run Bourbons did 312 to infantry, plus up to 316. Scots Guards did 169 to infantry, 5 to cavalry, total 181. Irish Legion did 123 to infantry, captured 244, 35 to cavalry, captured 44, 9 artillery, and captured 48 for a total of 512. That's why I had them there at that bridge, because they had a retreat through them. So they did what I wanted them to. Losses, Blue Runs, 13 dead, 56 wounded, 17 missing, total of 86, aggregate strength of 952, 8% casualties, and the Scots and the Irish took no casualties. 8th Infantry. Vicky Rifles did 142 to infantry, captured 5, 146 to cavalry, captured 5, and 13 artillery for a total of 311. The Poles, kind of pissed off during this fight. Not their fault. The unit was just kind of glitched. Everybody noticed that on the map. Never sort of full battle lines forming. So the unit was glitched this entire fight. They should have done a lot better. Did 119 to infantry, 8 to artillery for total 127. And the Bucktails did 303 to infantry, 67 captured, 147 to cavalry, total 517. Losses, Vicky Rifles, 30 dead, 127 wounded, 19 missing, total 176. Aggregate strength, 1,244, 12% casualties. First Polish Legion, 23 dead, 154 wounded, 23 missing, total 200. Aggregate strength, 1,427, 12% casualties. Bucktails, 30 dead, 117 wounded, 21 missing, total 168. Aggregate strength, 2,009, 8% casualties. Losses. Oh, no, I just went through the losses. And 7th Infantry. Whiskey Rebels did 303 to infantry, plus up to 306. Hoosier Hellions did 250 to infantry. They got plus up to 255. And Norwegian Vikings did 206 to infantry, plus up to 211. So I'm hoping we caught a lot of their officers in this fighting. Losses, Whiskey Rebels, 15 dead, 91 wounded, 22 missing, total 128. Aggregate strength of 926, 12% casualties. Hoosier Hellions, 25 dead, 172 wounded, 38 missing, total 235. Aggregate strength 1,415, 14% casualties. Norwegian Vikings, 7 dead, 61 wounded, 5 missing, total 73. Aggregate strength 1,559, 4% casualties. And 4th Artillery Division did. That can't be right. Then again, I wasn't watching to see if they were firing or not. I did put them up on the hillside. They may have not. Tree line, hills, yeah, they probably weren't even firing. I didn't even notice. Even though they were firing at the 2 artillery units in the entrenchments, they probably didn't do anything to them. All right, we didn't lose anybody wounded this time. Nope. All right, how many rebel officers did we catch? That's what I want to know. So Johnston's wounded. Major General Ruggles, Commander, Department of Western Florida, is wounded. Captured Brigadier General Chalmers and killed Lieutenant Colonel Tillman. That's 4 officers so far. We killed General Pickett, Commander of the Department of Richmond. Pickett's dead. Cobb's dead. Wounded B. And nobody from Army Washington. So we got 7 of their officers, with 2 or 3 dead, including a division commander or an army commander or corps commander. He's more of a division commander than anything. Wow, that was a massive grab. Plus 1 of their brigades surrendering. That kind of, like, a brigade surrendering kind of tells you we're hitting the end of this campaign. Once we start forcing units to surrender, you know we're getting close to the end. All right, get closed out of here, and I'll see you all at the newspaper screen. Glorious victory at Rapidan Bridge. Army of Washington and 5 Corps retreating in panic. And they blame the loss on a poor old lieutenant colonel. Are you kidding me? And he was killed in action, I think. Was he? Yeah, he's one of the 3 officers that we killed. Oh. That sucks. Battle of Rapidan Bridge is end with the Army of Washington retreating in panic. The Army's reported suffered total casualties of 3,228 men. There are 325 killed and 1,621 captured. Our casualties total 1,246 men, 169 killed, 165 missing, and the rest wounded. We've captured 1,900 rifles and 2 guns from the field and sent 1,685 men off to our vacation camps. Well, vacation camp, not camps. You only have the 1 camp. How is Camp Chase looking anyway? It still hasn't finished upgrading. We're now overstocked on prisoners. We're holding 8,100 men to 7,500 that we can hold, but the prison is being upgraded, and it'll be done in 3 more days, so that will not be a problem. Now we got to see where these guys are retreating to. Oh, the Army Peninsula is actually up in the... Oh, yeah, I forgot. They moved up into the valley. They only have 650 men, though. They might join this knot here. They might continue further south. Grunts are... I don't want to move the Grunts and get them until they get their reinforcements. And Meade's going to be out of action for a little while here. He's almost in the red now. So he's not going to move in anytime soon. And Fort Norfolk finally fell to us. The Engineer Corps is now flipping Norfolk over to control. So we will have every major city in Virginia under our control at this point. Hopefully he flips it this episode. Army of Ohio is now just outside of Macon. Because there was a rebel fleet bombarding Fort Savannah because they were in the port here when we captured it. They're bombarding the fort right now. I guess they were caught in the combat, so it actually made them retreat to Milledgeville, which I don't understand. They should have retreated to Macon. But he's going to move into Macon. He's down to orange readiness. I'm going to get him back up into the yellow at least before I start moving him again. And there's a ton of supplies there, so he should not have low readiness for very long. So we should have him moving again here in a few days. And we have taken Dallas, and the Independent Cavalry Corps is now passing through Waco and on their way to Austin. It looks like the rebels were going to move at us again at Carrollton, but they stopped. It looks like they're building a depot, which I might just go take from them. Yeah, we got to break this stalemate in the west, so I think we're going to move against them, take that depot. They want to waste money on depots, I'll take those depots from them. I'll be back with the next incident. All right, it's now May 6th, and we do have our next combat, and it's the Army of Tennessee going up against the Army of Illinois with their corps, Stevenson's, and 2 corps from the Army of West, Pierce and Fry. And they're all under command of Longstreet. We're coming in with 21,927 infantry, 1,621 cavalry, and 32 guns to their 15,428 infantry, 4,517 cavalry, and 16 guns. So all their forces were actually going to be on the field, but we do have comparable numbers. So let's jump in there, and hopefully we can possibly bag another brigade. Like, it's showing us right now with the POW camp overcrowded, like I said it was going to be, but the upgrade should be done on the 8th or 9th. And we're no longer doing catch and release on the rebels. So we got to let it ride. Welcome, my grunts, to the Battle of Carrollton. See, we're actually on the Little Sugar Creek battlefield, which we do not get very often at all. This is one of those maps we very, very, very rarely see. I can count on one hand how many times I've actually fought on this map in all the years I've been playing this game. So we're coming in on the east side of the map. The rebels are defending on the west side of the map along Sugar Creek Road. As you can see, this is just densely forested the entire way there. This is going to be a pain in the ass. This might end up being a day 2 fight. It's already a little past 1 in the afternoon. And we got a long way to go to get to them with basically one road to travel down. Or we got 2 options. This one's kind of out of the way. So it might be the better approach path. But I kind of want to get this fight done on day 1. So we're going to try and get to them as quickly as possible. So once again, I'm going to have the Blue Storms leading out. Followed up by the Liberty Legion. The Grumpod's Bastards, and then the 9th Infantry. So it'll be a while before we get down to them. All right, it's now 15:45 in the afternoon, and we do have the rebel line spotted, partially spotted. They are spread out from basically down here on the right flank. Our left flank is up here somewhere. This terrain is not good at all. It's forested, it's mountainous and hilly, and it's taking us a while to get our troops into position. I'm thinking the best way to crack this nut is with a straight-on line attack right into the center with the cavalry covering the left flank. So I do have the Liberty Legion And the bastards heading up into the center. I am sending the 9th, which you can see up here, up along this road here, because I'm not really sure how far the rebel left flank stems. So they're going to be coming in from this direction, trying to find that left flank. So cavalry cover on the left here with Little Sugar Creek on our left. Should be enough to delay the rebels supporting defense over here. And morale difference is pretty large right now. We're at 41 morale to their 56, and we're coming up on the end of the day. So I am really worried about this attack at this point. I don't understand why our morale is so low. We've had nothing but victory after victory with this corps, and it was in green readiness, but our morale is still fairly low. So, hoping we could pull this one off. I was expecting to do a follow-up attack on the other corps in the area, but probably not going to be able to. I think seizing the depot that they're building will be enough for now, if we can do it. All right, looks like the rebels are not waiting for me to get in position. We do have one corps pushing forward. We have Fry's corps pushing forward right now. They saw my cavalry coming into position here and getting dismounted in a loose order, and they decided to push up. My infantry divisions are not in position. I didn't think I moved close enough to get a reaction out of the rebels, but apparently I did. But the cavalry should be fine for a limited time being in loose order. Trying to maneuver the infantry through the woods here has not been good. So we're going to shift the bastards down to a supporting position. Where's Daywood? He should be up here already. All right, he's moving up. Come on, guys. Enough to parade ground antics. They are moving on you. How's it going on here? So they don't start glitching on me now. Oh, what the hell? That's some halt orders. Hopefully that'll clear that up. Hopefully again before the rebels get on top of them. Ninth's almost at their positions. Last division in position is probably going to be ready to go for everybody else because they're not marching through the woods just yet. They still have to come down through the woods here. All right, just straightening out now. Are they coming forward for an attack or are they not? It's hard to tell. Are they falling prey to the same parade ground antics? That might be the case. Yeah, they're coming forward, but very slowly. So it'll be. I don't even know if we're going to be in contact before sundown. The way everybody's got to move through the woods to get at each other. Let's start getting you guys in line of battle. Where are the engineers? They're still way behind. Artillery, I'm not worried about. They're going to be useless during this fight. All right, be a little bit still. It looks like that few minutes went faster than I thought. The rebels are about to be in firing of the Blue Storm Brigade. In fact, they sent an entire corps forward after one brigade. It's kind of funny. Are they shifting their entire left flank? Oh, crap. That might give us an opportunity if we got enough time to pull it off. You guys in battle line yet? Nah, still waiting for those orders. Oh, wow, we were laying down some damage over here. $350 casualties on Jackson's brigade. That's Mudwall Jackson, not Stonewall. Wow. That's crazy. Boys are close enough. Start moving up. Would get the hell up here, you slow-moving slug. Go, Blackbeards, move up. Going to casualties for the cavalry, but I know they're giving out better than they're receiving, so. And we're gonna have ammunition already. Come on, guys, get up here. I want you in a position to push through. Attack plan's off already. No plan survives first contact, especially when they come out to attack it. Let's go, boys. Get in here. Ready to break. Let's break them. There goes those, 'cause battery's good. So get your men in position. Let's go. About to lose daylight. They just dismounted. I thought they were shifting down. Oh, looks like we might be able to go to 1900 on this fight. Okay, we got an hour. Close this noose up. Let's go, Rocket Chickens. Live up to the damn name. Push into him, boys. Push into him. Them coming forward was a bad idea. Let's go, 9th. Get down here. That's it. Lay them low, boys. Those who are minor people, we do have that 13% casualties. That's a good sign. Boys, catch up to the Blackbeard so I can push this line forward. Break one or two more of these brigades. These wounded Cogswell. They're freedom fighters. That's it, force them out of position. Oh, no, I want you guys to stay there against that artillery. Detach them, I think. The cavalry pull back, or are they laying down? They might be laying down. Push forward a little bit, see if we can't spot them. Damn it, Rocket Chicken's gonna move on. I'm at 17% casualties. We can end this battle today if we're lucky, but I don't think we have the time for it. I know I gave you advance orders. Goddamn advance. Brigade, we don't want to run into them. They're not bringing their other corps into support. They've turned them to faces, but they're not bringing them in. There we go. We got the overnight, and they withdrew because they were about to go into a major loss from the sheer amount of casualties. So, good job, David. Not exactly the plan I had in mind, but they did come out to attack us. We shifted everything completely. All right, so we took down 3,500 of their 16,000 infantry, 350 of their 4,700 cavalry. I thought we got a lot more than that. And 5 of their 15 guns. Total loss of 3,900 of their 21,000 men. We lost 1,217 of our 21,920 infantry. We lost 510 of our 1,621 cavalry. So they had a really good early showing, but their casualties probably equal on to what they put out. 0 of our guns lost, so total loss of 1,727 of our 24,012 men. All right, time for the combat reports. Blue Storm Brigade. Oh, wow. Put out way more casualties than they took. They did 1,354 to infantry, 45 to cavalry, 12 to artillery for total 1,411. Losses. Why is it not? They had 68 dead, 375 wounded, 67 go missing, total 510. Aggregate strength 1,111. 31% casualties for the cavalry, but they did a lot of work. They did a lot of work. Engineers did not get into the fight. Liberty Legion. Freedom Fighters did 459 to infantry, 20 to cavalry, 14 artillery for total 494. First Suffrage did 15 to artillery. That came from their skirmishers. The brigade itself did not get into the fight. Lincoln's Valkyries did 408 to infantry, 8 to cavalry, 1 artillery for total 437. Losses. Freedom Fighters, 57 dead, 367 wounded, 44 missing, total 468. Aggregate strength is 603. I got to send this brigade home. 44% casualties for that brigade. First Suffrage, 19 dead, 13 wounded, 1 missing, total 33. Aggregate strength 2,079, 2% casualties. Lincoln's Valkyries, 9 dead, 51 wounded, 7 missing, total 67. Aggregate strength 2,197, 3% casualties. Bastard Division, Blackbeards did 316 to infantry, 208 to cavalry, total 533. Rocket Chickens, who did not live up to their name this fight, did 243 to infantry, 4 to cavalry, for total 247. Our River Boys did 696 to infantry, 58 to cavalry, 10 artillery, for total 764. Losses. Blackbeards, 25 dead, 171 wounded, 30 missing, total 226. Aggregate strength 1,186, 16% casualties. Rocket Chickens, 11 dead, 62 wounded, 15 missing, total of 88. Aggregate strength 2,028, 4% casualties. Our River Boys, 42 dead, 255 wounded, 38 missing, total 335. Aggregate strength 2,114, 14% casualties. 9th Division did not get into the fight, and neither did the artillery. All right, we did lose some commanders wounded. I think we lost the 1 wounded, and that was out of the Bastards or the Liberty Legion. So Cogswell, commander of Freedom Fighters, was wounded. All right, let's see if we got any of the rebel commanders. That was Fry's Corps who was fighting us, I think. Wounded Brigadier General Russ, 3rd Arkansas Infantry. Wounded Colonel Walker, 3rd Missouri State Guard. And that was it for all that fire. We only got 2 of their commanders. I'll get closed out of here, and I will see you all at the newspaper screen. Victory at the Battle of Carrollton. It was just short of a major victory. You almost had that major victory. A few more casualties, we would have had it. Battle of Carrollton's end with the Army of Illinois retreating in panic. The enemy's reported suffered total casualties of 3,873 men. There are 488 killed and 1,464 captured. Our casualties totaled 1,727 men, with 231 killed, 202 missing, and the rest are wounded. We captured 1,900 rifles, sent 1,463 men off to our vacation camps, which now hold 9,632 men. So even after the prison upgrade, we're probably going to be overstocked in that prison. All right, so time to build another prison camp over at Helmira. Enjoy the New York winters, boys. All right, we're not going to go through a map update as we're only 1 day removed from the previous update, so I'll be back. And actually, before I forget, we do have to replace Cogswell. So let's do that real fast. Units from Massachusetts. So who's up next? Let's go by seniority. Gotta find a professional before we go with anybody else. There we go. Darius Couch will be taking over that brigade. Under the rules, as long as McClellan's in charge, he's going to go for professionals before anybody else. Basically the way the man was in real life too. So I think this push is also over for now. Yep, so they did not get that built. We're down into the yellow, so I think we're still in range of Carrollton, so we're just going to hold there. Let him get his readiness rebuilt and then make another push. We got to break this stalemate out here. Actually, I think that might have just broken the stalemate because these are Army headquarters. B's Corps is still up here. I don't know what the hell they're doing. They've just been sitting there. And as soon as our readiness is up again, we're pushing on Fort Smith. We got to take down Fort Smith. It's the only way we're going to break the stalemate out here, possibly get B's Corps on the move again. All right, it's now May 15th, actually rolling over to the 16th. It's a little after 9 p.m. now. And it looks like D.R. Jones' Corps and Randolph's Corps is heading for the grunts at Richmond. They're bringing 17,000 men with them, going up against our 13,000. I do have reinforcements on the way. They are still a few days away each. The replacements from Maine, because we do have a lot of Maine troops, are 6 days away, and the New York replacements are 8 days away. I was hoping they would hold steady in their positions until my reinforcements were in, but apparently that's not the case. I also pulled Meade back into Alexandria because his readiness was just really low. So I didn't think he was going to hold if I had him stay in position here. I wanted him ready for another attack. So that's going to be a little while. He has 31 days to full readiness, so we should get him into the yellow quickly enough. And possibly, once he's in the yellow, maybe a few ticks into it, we're going to push him down the rail line into Gordonsville and try to get rid of these corps here. And the other corps down here is Charlottesville, where the hospital is. But for now, this is our main worry. Also, our Mississippi is still stuck. I did try moving them again. So what I'm trying to do now is I gave them orders to move by rail down to Chattanooga to see if that gets them unstuck. And the Army of the Ohio is now at Nashville. I did have them stop there because their readiness dropped down. And their morale is nervous because they did technically retreat away from Savannah because of the bombardment at the fort there. So technically their morale is nervous from a retreat, so I do have to have them stabilize before I make them move again. So once they're in the yellow, I'm not so worried about their morale. The further north we move, the quicker that will recover. So, but as soon as they're in the yellow again, I'll be moving them up to Louisville and then up to Indianapolis and hopefully taking on Echo's Corps, which is only 3,800 men. So I'm surprised they flipped Indianapolis as quickly as they did. Also, we have secured Dallas. We are now in Austin. We've secured Austin. All right, move on San Antonio, boys. We're taking the full tour of Texas. As soon as San Antonio is secured, we will move down to Indianola. I don't think we'll have Texas fully secured this month, but we'll be damn close to having it done. And we do have Norfolk. The Engineer Corps is now on its way down to Rolla, where the rebels are building another prison, which we could use to our benefit. We did finish upgrading the other one, but that'll fill up pretty fast. Yep, and here's our combat. All right, we got D.R. Jones and Randolph under command of Jones, all together with 16,471 infantry, 226 cavalry, and 5 guns, going up against our 12,711 infantry, 639 cavalry, and 34 guns. If only they just sat in position for another 10 days, we could have attacked them where they were. Welcome, my grunts, to once again another battle at Richmond. So we are on the defensive. We are on the Cold Harbor map once again. And the rebels are coming in strictly from this point here. So I'm thinking they might possibly follow the same routes they did last time and come down this road here. So I'm going to set up defensively the way I did the one battle, with basically an L-shape defense here. I'm going to have Hamilton move up here into Walnut Grove Church region. right into these woods here. We're going to have the Whiskey Viking Division stay along this road here until the rebels appear, along with the artillery. And I'm sending the Irish, a little different now with this one, up into here and block the road here in between the two streams and develop a choke point there. I'm also leaving the cavalry and the engineers back at New Cold Harbor just in case they somehow get around us. I don't think they will, but there's always a possibility. Sometimes the AI can be a little surprising in that way, depending on the commander you're fighting. So that's it for that. So I'll come back in once we have sighting on the rebels. It is 1300, so we may or may not have this fight done before the day's finished. All right, it's now going on 1600. We do have the rebel infantry coming to view. As you can see here from these bodies on the ground, their one brigade of cavalry did come by already. And we only see the one brigade of infantry right now because it looks like they're kind of spread out. The rest of the main body of at least one corps is still back here. We'll probably start seeing them by the time we get this brigade scene off. All right, Bradans, get ready to greet them. Honestly, I should have had the Bradans on a flank instead of the center with those sharps. All right, give it to him. Nice little opening volley there. Oh, yeah, lay them low. Look at that ground. Goodbye, fellas. I lay back down. Wait for the next ones to show, which might still be a few minutes. Taylor's brigade. Jones's corps. These guys the same corps. Can't tell. Stay still a second. Yep, both the same corps. All right, it looks like it'll still be a few more minutes before we have another brigade show up. All right, we do have our next guests in range, so let's greet them for the day. Oh, they stopped immediately. It is Ramser's brigade, who was actually ahead of Taylor, but we just didn't see them. And same here with Coke. That's the first time I've noticed him. Keep pushing into that fire, boys. Let's go. Come on. We got plenty of lead here for you. The 35th not firing. Oh, there they go. Let's turn them a little. There goes Taylor. Coke's pushing forward. And there's Sloan. So a bunch more brigades are coming up than I did initially spot. 35th forward just slightly. And Sloan's small enough, yeah, it looks like he's armed with some long-range weaponry. Firing at this lay down, boys. Are you kidding me? We can't see them? There we go. No, push forward. Don't want that to keep happening. Yep, and it looks like we got Early pushing off to our left. Surprised he's not a division commander. Lower ground, you're going to have us outranged. Of course you are. On the west side of those boys again. Let's push up on them. Wow, they're racking out some major damage against the Reapers. What the hell are they armed with? Now we can't see them again. Get right up in their faces, boys. No way that they're standing in an open field so we can't see them. That's complete BS. Macintosh is shifting right up that road. He's going to be heading straight for the Whiskey Vikings. Oh, God, what the frig are these guys armed with? At the double, get up on him. Okay, this is going off a little differently than I expected. They are really changing up the way they're attacking. They are right in front of us. This is BS. They're literally right in front of us. And then Sloan got right there too. There's nobody behind me. Why are you showing dirt out? Walking right into these guys that are shooting at us and we still don't see them. That was complete BS. get down there, stockbrokers. I know I gave you attack orders. Reapers are getting wrecked. Managed to hold the ground, but pull back. You guys are done. What the hell's going on here? What's going on? They chasing somebody we can't see? That's getting wrecked too. Holy crap. Oh, they're glitched into hand-to-hand with somebody. Look at that. They're glitched. This has not been a fun fight. What the? Hello? So they did try to make a move up in that direction. Who's wounded? Scamming. Commander of the Western Viking Division. Boys who advance against them, do it. Their hands are out of ammo. Let's go. 7th Virginia. I know we already routed. I thought we routed them once. Let's go, boys. Get a move on. And more troops firing at us that we can't see. Advance straight into them. There we go. The amount of units that are right on top of us that we can't see, that's completely wrong. That should have never happened. Same thing here. We should be able to see these guys down there. They're within rifle range. There's no reason we can't see them. Gave you orders to go get them. Go get them. They're at 20% casualties. We're at 11. So as long as it's nothing too crazy, we should have the major victory on this. These guys aren't even firing anymore. We still don't see them. I'm about to walk onto them. Yeah, this battle was just completely glitched, and I literally just reloaded the game right before this. That should have never happened. Look at that, full-on brigade right in front of us. We never saw them. And we still... Look at that. They just disappeared from view. We're right on top of them. There we go. Look at that. Look at this. Oh, God. The amount of casualties we took that we shouldn't have. Now, it's either a massive glitch or the AI is just straight cheating at this point. What happened to the 35th and the Reapers? Good God. I am so happy this fight's over. I am pissed right now. I was really hoping to follow up an attack from the grunts, but I don't think that's going to happen. So we took down 3,900 of their 16,000 men, 150 of their 200 cavalry, got all 5 of their guns. Total loss of 4,100 of 16,000 men. We lost 1,744 of our 12,706 infantry, none of our cavalry, none of our guns, because none of them were fighting, really. Total loss of 1,744 of our 13,845 men. Most of this was caused because these brigades are literally right in front of us, and we do not see them. That should not be happening. It's open terrain. Ugh. All right, time for the losses, or the combat reports. Saying losses, I'm pissed right now. Engineers did not fight. Reaper Division. Reaper Rifles did 707 infantry, captured 6, so 713. 35th Infantry did 440 infantry. Wow, they took more casualties than they put out, and mostly because we couldn't see those units. And the Berdans did 1,623 infantry, 100 cavalry, total 1,730. Losses. Reaper Rifles, 73 dead, 402 wounded, 64 missing, total 539. Aggregate strength of 441, 55% casualties for the Reapers. 35th Infantry, 97 dead, 452 wounded, 85 missing, total 634. Aggregate strength 486, 57% casualties. Berdans, 42 dead, 148 wounded, 26 missing, total 216. Aggregate strength 1,094, 16% casualties. 40% casualties for the division. Good God. Irish Division, Irish Brigade did not get into it. Whiskey Worshippers did 119 infantry. Riley's did 118 infantry. Losses. Irish Brigade, 5 dead, 21 wounded, 4 missing, total 30. Aggregate strength 1,043% casualties. Whiskey Worshippers, 13 dead, 88 wounded, 17 missing, total 118. Aggregate strength 1,197, 9% casualties. Riley's Irish, 7 dead, 22 wounded, 6 missing, total 35. Aggregate strength 1,355, 3% casualties. Whiskey Vikings, Stockbrokers did 201 to infantry. Sweemoos did 546 to infantry, 29 artillery for total 581. And the 20th New York did 98 to infantry, 34 to cavalry for total 132. Losses. Stockbrokers, 7 dead, 22 wounded, 4 missing, total 33. Aggregate strength 1,121, 3% casualties. Sweemoos, 5 dead, 34 wounded, 5 missing, total 44. Aggregate strength 1,297, 3% casualties. 20th New York, 12 dead, 74 wounded, 9 missing, total 95. Aggregate strength 1,445, 6% casualties. Got to Guard did not fight. First Artie. Lead Breakfast did 40 to infantry, 2 to cavalry for total 42. Whiskey Kegs did 39 to infantry, plus up to 40, caught a commander there. Thor's Hammer did 53 to infantry, plus up to 54. 136 for the division, and they took no casualties. All right, total losses, 12% for the Corps. Oof. And commanders, Scammon was wounded, commander of the Whiskey Viking Division, so someone's getting promotion to division command if I don't have a spare major general. Did we get any of their officers? Okay, we wounded McBride of the Gukund Light Dragoons. Except brigades, brigade. Except brigade wounded Colonel Taylor of Taylor's brigade. Wounded Brigadier General Winder, commander of, I want to say, the Laurel Brigade. Wounded Jenkins, commander of Palmetto Sharpshooters. Wounded D.H. Hill, commander of Washington Artillery. Wounded Lieutenant Colonel Cutts of Company E to Washington Artillery. So that's 6 commanders. I don't think we saw Randolph. Jones's court. No, that's Jones's we were looking at. Did we see Randolph? I don't think we saw Randolph. No, we only saw their cavalry regiment. Okay. We got 6 of their commanders throughout all that. It's not too bad. Get closed out of here and I'll see you all at the newspaper screen. A glorious victory at Richmond. I wouldn't exactly call it glory, especially after what happened to the Reaper Division. And General Scammon did become a national hero out of that, and it looks like General Sloan took the blame on the loss. Battle of Richmond's end with D.R. Jones' Corps and I forget who the other Corps commander was, retreating in panic. The Evans Party suffered whole casualties of 4,060 men. There were 657 killed and 717 captured. Our casualties totaled 1,744 men, with 261 killed, 220 missing, and the rest wounded. We captured 1,933 rifles and one gun from the field and sent 733 soldiers off to our vacation camp. Oh, that was bad. I was still in the yellow. Not too far off the green. That's not too bad itself. And we do have to replace Scammon now. And I think, hold on, I did a list last week. I think it's Jennison's up next. I think Jennison is the next commander. I just got to find him. Actually, do I have any major generals on standby? Well, Butler's out because he was commander of all the armies at one point. Oh. Nope, Halleck can't be used because he was commander of all the armies at the start of the campaign. So that's two major generals I have on standby that I cannot use. Because if they were the overall commander at one point, they cannot be used. And believe it or not, Butler was put in command of everybody at the start of the campaign, which was really odd. So actually, I don't think Halleck was in use. I think we can use Halleck. So Halleck's going to take command of that, because I don't think Halleck was used unless he was replaced immediately. So we're going to use Halleck. I know Butler and McClellan cannot be used, so we're going to use Halleck. As a replacement for now. Let's get that battle rolled off. I'm really hoping to have Virginia secured this month. I'm starting to wonder if I can do it or not. And we're looking around here. Were you able to move? He is still stuck. Another halt order. Actually, if another army approaches him, I'm going to have him withdraw from the combat. That might get him unstuck. Instead of fighting it out, if McCown decides to come down again. I think that might be that'll be my final option before I do the nuclear option. So McCown comes down to fight him again. We'll initiate a withdrawal and see if that works. How are you looking? Almost back into the yellow. Morale's still nervous. 35, plusing up 13.2. All right. I'll be back with the next incident. All right, it's now May 24th, and I do have a bit of an update here. We are going with a full court press in Virginia. Meade made it back to the yellow, so I do have him. Oh, got a fight I was not expecting. All right. So real quickly, while we have this here, I can't minimize that. So the Army East is now heading up into the valley towards Newmarket, because I know there's a small rebel corps there that we need to kick out of the valley. The Grunts are actually moving into Fredericksburg right now, and then I'm going to have them push south. Oh, someone's heading for Richmond now that I'm not there. But I'm going to have them push south into this Nada Corps here and try and finish off the job. Their reinforcements did arrive. They're now at a strength of 18,000 men. 4 brigades sucked up all of those reinforcements. So not every brigade got reinforcements, but the ones that were most under strength got them first. We also have secured Rolla. The engineer corps is there now. I'm not moving them again anytime soon, as they are out of provisions. So I do have them resting in place, setting up a supply depot so that we can get their provisions back up. Then I'll be moving them against either Wilmington or Charlotte, depending on what happens here in Virginia. We can get these corps pushed out of Virginia. One corps will be joining them here in North Carolina. while the other corps, more likely Meads, will be heading down here to the Appalachian Valley to clear out these corps in that area. We have also in the process of re-securing Indianapolis. The rebels did not even put up a fight for the city, so as soon as we finish re-securing that, we're going to chase down Anderson's corps over here at Shelbyville, then hopefully kick them out. But they may retreat to Vernon because they still have control of those nodes. Vernon should switch over to us once we have Indianapolis. I'm also getting ready for another push out here in the west. The rebels just built another supply depot here. They're about to finish it up, so I'm going to wait for that to finish and then attack into them and hopefully take control of that supply depot. And down here in Texas, we're almost finished securing San Antonio. It's almost there. We almost have control of that, and we're immediately pushing on into Indianola. So things are moving, and moving quickly. But this was a combat I did not expect, and like I said, we're not going to fight this one out, even though we have massively outnumbered them. Actually, I think McCown doesn't even want to fight us. I think he's just trying to get out of the valley, but we're going to see if we can withdraw. Is my corps still going to be stuck there? Okay, we have to go with the nuclear option and form a new army and transfer everybody over. Because he's about to go secure Chattanooga on us. All right, we got to go with the nuclear option there. All right, how close can I form an army? Can I get one in Nashville? Can I form a new army in Nashville? I cannot form one in Tennessee. I can do Connecticut, Delaware, Iowa, Maine, Maryland, Mass, Michigan, Minnesota, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Vermont, Wisconsin, or D.C. Oh, good God. Can't even put one in Kentucky. Can't even put one in Illinois. That's... Really? I can't put one in Illinois? What the hell? Oh, this is complete BS. Oh, complete BS. I can't get him anywhere near where I need him to be. That's forming in Minnesota. Butler's going to hold command for right now while the army forms. All right, so move Sheridan, Smith, Cadwalder. That's done. Army Mississippi. You are finished. Alright, he's gone. And it put him all the way up at St. Paul. Alright, Buell's going to retake command. And they're out for an entire month. So a lot of the gains we made down here were probably going to... A lot of the gains we made here in Tennessee were probably going to lose. I'm surprised I wasn't able to form an army in Kentucky. That's a little surprising. Or even Illinois. There's no rebels there. I should be able to form an army in Chicago. That is complete BS. All right, what we got going on over here in Virginia? Just outside of Fredericksburg. Give them orders to begin the march over there. Army needs to move against the Army of the Peninsula. There's only 3,600 men. I don't expect them to stand and fight. They just might, though. It looks like Department of Norfolk is re-showing its head. But they're not moving. They have a clear shot at Norfolk, but I don't think they can take on the fort. Really want to move the engineers already, but I need them to get their supplies up. Because they're not the Independent Cavalry Corps. They don't not have enemies in the region. How are we looking at San Antonio? You're right there. We're not going to have Indianola before the month's over, but we got damn close to taking over Texas in 1 month. And they have finished that depot. And the Army Peninsula is going to put up a fight, but they only got 3,400 men. So I think I'm going to take this one off screen. It's not even going to be worth showing, I think. All right, I did fight that battle off screen. And it was a major victory, as I expected. A little bloodier than I expected, too, to be honest with you. The rebels were actually fairly well dug in. But once we broke one of the brigades, it was just... It was a domino effect. About Newmarket's end with the Armed Peninsula retreating in panic, the enemy's reportedly suffered total casualties of 2,129 men. There are 164 killed and 1,283 captured. We did capture another brigade. So that 1,200 men is basically one brigade. That was their largest brigade. We took this corps down by... We took out 50% of their men in this fight. Our casualties total 690 men with 96 killed, 86 missing, and the rest wounded. We captured 1,300 rifles and 0 guns from the field and sent 1,100 men off to our prison camps. Like I said, we took 690 casualties, a little bloodier than I expected, but they were well entrenched. And that was the issue. But this is no longer a combat effective unit. And that actually knocked us into the orange, really. But Virginia's is ours, so we're going to move him into Newmarket directly, let him get back up into the yellow, and then we're going to keep pushing down to the Appalachia Valley with Army of the East. Grunts have their orders to move against this knot here. Hopefully we could take them on without worrying about Randolph getting into Richmond. If anything, we can just swing back around and retake Richmond if we have to. You guys are staying in place, and I did want to give orders to somebody, and I totally forgot. Oh, yeah. Daywood. God, you have no provisions. Let's push into this knot here. Hopefully they haven't recovered from their last fight. All right, it's still May 25th. We do have our next engagement. I was actually expecting the Grunts to get in combat first before Daywood did. But we are going up against 3 Corps once again under the command of Army of Illinois, which is under Longstreet. So we're bringing 20,674 infantry, 1,200 cavalry, and 32 guns. So they're 18,172 infantry, 5,100 cavalry, and 53 guns. Now, it says 2 of their corps are 9 hours away. And we should only be facing Fry's corps, but at the end of the day... Maybe we can get Fry knocked out before the other 2 corps join in the fight, and we can force this entire knot of soldiers to retreat south towards Fort Smith or once again towards Tahlequah. We'll see what happens. Welcome, my grunts, to another battle of Carrollton. I swear, between Richmond, Carrollton, and... forget the third city. They are all in competition for the most battles fought right now. So once again, we're on the Sugar Creek battlefield, and we're actually defending at we're on the defense, even though I sent my men forward for an attack. So we're defending Elkhorn Tavern and the road next to it. I do have Daywood's headquarters set up at Elkhorn Tavern. I have the Grunts here on the right, the 9th south of them on their left. I have the Liberty Legion in reserve, as they are 2 brigades right now. I did send the 1 brigade home that was really under strength. They had to get gone, and they're not going to be back for like another 70 days or so. And the artillery set up on the heights next to Elkhorn Tavern. So the rebels should be approaching, coming down this way, and yeah, they're going to have to come up these roads here. So they're going to come either this way or this way. Either way, I'm ready to meet them. So basically everybody's on the field. The 2 corps that are not on the field will be here in 2 hours. So, and it's already 1600, so I expect there to be an overnight with a redeployment in the morning if they do not choose to withdraw from the battle. All right, so now a little after 1800, we are in contact with 4th Texas Mounted on our right flank. Surprisingly, I did not even notice this unit. They came down this road here, judging by the dust trails, and they ran to the engineers, who I did move on to my right flank just to extend the line just a little bit. We did have, it was the 2nd or 3rd Texas coming down this road, but as soon as they came under artillery fire in a first that I've seen, they actually immediately pulled back as soon as the artillery hit them. So it looks like they were looking for our flanks and not doing a very good job of it. You know, let's stand you boys up. Let's see if you can't finish that cavalry brigade off, or regiment, really. Yep, there they go. And call the skirmishers back. I think sending the skirmishers out was enough for them. Right, there's the 5th Texas and the 7th. So my artillery has a really nice clear line of sight down to the town. Does that farmhouse have a name? It does not. And if they keep coming down the road, they're going to get caught in a crossfire between the Jersey Devils and the Blackbeards.
I think I saw something, Sarge.
And get ready to give it to them, boys. Whoa, are they charging forward? Okay, never mind. I thought they were about to lay in a charge.
Quiet in the ranks.
Not the best opening volley. All right, Iowa. Looks like you're going to be able to hit the 7th Texas. Give it to them. They do have some cover from the fences here, but no big deal. They're just in a bowl right now. They're in a bad spot. Anybody else is nearby. No, their infantry's all the way back there still. They basically sent the Texas Mounted Division up to self-relieve themselves. And even though we don't see them, we should still be doing the casualties, these guys, because they're firing through them to get to the 7th. There we go. Okay, they're not broken. I thought they were broken for a second. Not broken, I glitched out. That's what I meant when I said broken. You guys are coming along that road. Oh, hello. Oh, really? Interesting. Engineers, pull back up the hill. And I'm going to have the Blue Storms come join you. You're not coming down the road I expected. Coming down this road. Okay.
Observe that flank, soldier. No slack. Lie down. No slacking, soldier.
Time to shift the lines then.
Keep calm, boys. Soon enough, we'll see the elephant. Lie down. I think I saw something, Sarge.
Pretty sure this cavalry brigade's still here. Let's see if they are or not.
Sergeant, any word from the commander? Any time now, men. Sergeant, any word?
We're almost at the end of the day, so it's going to be in a few minutes here, so...
Right shoulder. Any time now, men.
When you turn your facing.
Slide in. Fill those buttons, Private. Right shoulder.
Engineers at the double, please. Get out of the way.
Save your water for when the shooting starts.
Right shoulder. Right shoulder.
Save your water for when...
Get a move on, engineers. Let's go. Can't tell if those are the retreating cav or people are coming down the road there. Anyway, if the deployment allows it, I want to try and shift along some brigades along this fence line and complete this fence line. And B is not a good position, but... Yep, there's the end of the day. And we got them at 41 morale to our 57. We have 57 because we do hold the objectives. All right, let's get these lines fixed up. So it looks like they're still coming in from that direction. They may not, but they might still. That's not a good position. Actually, let's put you boys right there. Kind of want to keep my artillery where it is, because if we put them out here, they'll be reverse sloped. I'm not a fan of that. So we'll keep you at this crossroad for now. All right, let's see what happens. I don't see them. I'm hoping they're going to come along that same track again. Nope, they're over here to our left. You can hear them. They have shifted tack altogether. So I shifted everybody for no reason. Should have stayed in my original positions. So we'll try and do that now. Might be too late. They're really close to us.
Waiting's the worst. Fill those buckets, Private.
I'll leave you boys right there.
Any word from the commander?
Somebody on the move. Yep.
Observe that flank, soldier.
I was really hoping they'd stay over there. Actually, it looks like they may have too.
Your weapons. Observe that flank, soldier. Keep that head down.
I'm going to leave the engineers and cavalry up here just in case.
Keep the cage.
Let's go, boys. What the hell are you doing? They're going to get behind you. Just ignore the shots. Keep going.
Observe that flank.
Everybody move at the double.
Keep the cage, damn you. One. Save your water for when the shooting starts.
Why are you guys in battle line? Come on.
Save your water for when the shooting starts.
I may have really screwed up on this one. Turn around, fire, damn it. I don't know why these guys moved in line formation and not columns. Beyond me. whiskey for this crap with all the damn glitches we've had today. Say, what the hell are you still doing out there? Get with your division. Firing a will. You got the James. Hamilton's going to end up getting stuck in the crossfire, it looks like. I'm not going to save him from his full self. Sharp's putting his men in a battle line. I should pull them back. It looks like they're thinking about better than coming down this road. That's fine. This is just one of the core. They still have the other two core that have to come up. Cavalry artillery is laying in some damage. That's good. Boys out of the way. Now it's going to get behind your man. This staff's already taken a bit of a hit there. Hello. Blue Storms might have a job for you. Rocket chickens, get ready to meet them. They're definitely trying to get around our flank. Storms get mounted.
Stay down, boys. Right.
Keep that head down.
He keeps changing attack directions. It's getting a little annoying trying to keep track of where he is. If they roadblock against a rocket chickens, I could be able to hit these brigades in the flank with the Iowa River boys. Yeah, battery's unsupported. We should be able to mop them up pretty easy. I know I didn't order you boys to stand up. Get them. Engineers, get down here. Fire all the way back there. Come on. Good job, Blue Storms. What the hell is the 10th Texas trying to do? The hell? Oh, I think they're going hand in hand. Shit. Not good. Not good. All right, guys. Counter punch time. Threw their punch, now we throw ours. Stevenson. I haven't seen Longstreet. Oh, there he is. Oh, they just broke. Shit. Here we go. That's what I want to see. They're done. They should be beginning their withdrawal. I know I gave advance orders to you guys. Let's go. And there's a withdrawal. Did not mean to put out those skirmishers. Ooh, arrows. They got their damn. They are moving quickly. They want some vengeance. That's it. Stay on top of them. Things didn't go as planned. I should have held my original defensive lines, but things still went in our favor pretty heavily. Even though we didn't see the other two corps on the field, even though they were there. All right, we took out 1,500 or 16,000 infantry, 1,000 of their 4,600 cavalry. It's mounted riflemen, not cavalry, but the game doesn't make a difference. Got 45 of their 55 guns. Total loss of 2,600 of their 22,000 men. Yeah. All right, combat reports. Blue Storm Brigade did 29 infantry, captured 9, 59 artillery for total 98. Losses 26 dead, 124 wounded, 26 missing, total 176. Aggregate strength 1,082, 14% casualties. That's because they got caught in that hand-to-hand combat. Freedmen Engineers did 278 to infantry, 38 to cavalry for total 322. Losses 6 dead, 17 wounded, 43 missing, total 66. Aggregate strength 2,208, 3% casualties. Liberty Legion did not fight. The Bastard Division, Blackbeards did 167 to cavalry. Rocket Chickens did 428 to infantry, 158 to cavalry for total 588. The Iowa River Boys did 139 to infantry, 179 to cavalry for a total of 318. Losses. Blackbeards had 9 men go missing, probably on the overnight. Rocket Chickens, 31 dead, 171 wounded, 26 missing, total 228. Aggregate strength 1,865, 11% casualties. Our River Boys, 21 dead, 78 wounded, 12 missing, total 111. Aggregate strength 2,171, 5% casualties. 9th Division. Arrows Lifeguards did 43 to cavalry. Keystone Kaisers did 90 to infantry, 59 to cavalry for a total 152. And the Jersey Devils did 163 to infantry, 241 to cavalry, 7 artillery for a total 411. Losses, Arrows, 8 dead, 59 wounded, 23 missing, total 90. Aggregate strength 2,550, 3% casualties. Keystone Kaisers, 18 dead, 63 wounded, 88 missing, total 169. Aggregate strength 2,684, 6% casualties. Jersey Devils, 11 dead, 42 wounded, 90 missing, total 143. Aggregate strength 2,703, 5% casualties. And the 5th Artillery Division, Go Blocks Battery did 35 to infantry, 13 to cavalry, 18 artillery for a total 66. The Molly Pitchers did 72 to infantry, 13 to cavalry, and 55 to artillery for a total 140. And Copeland Lumberjacks did 28 to infantry, 10 to cavalry, 10 to artillery for a total 48. Losses, Go Blocks 3 dead, 4 wounded, 7 missing, total 14. Aggregate strength 132, 10% casualties. Molly Pitchers, 2 wounded, 3 missing, total 5. Aggregate strength 150. Copeland's Lumberjacks, 2 dead, 5 missing, total 7. Aggregate strength 161. All right, we didn't lose anybody wounded. Let's see if we got any of their officers. Oh, Waddy was on the field. Which corps were we fighting? I think it was Fry. Yeah, I'm not seeing any wounded officers. Yeah. All right, it doesn't look like we got any of their officers this fight. We'll get closed out of here, and I'll see you all at the newspaper screen. Victory at Carrollton. Armyville, Illinois, fleeing in panic. And looks like General Merrick took the blame on that loss. Oh, we did get one of their officers. We killed General Hogg. I didn't see his name on the list. Okay. Battle Carrollton's end with the Army of Illinois retreating in panic. The Army reportedly suffered total casualties of 2,632 men. There were 408 killed and 770 captured. Our casualties totaled 1,033 men, 126 killed, 340 missing, and the rest wounded. Captured 1,146 rifles and 12 guns from the field. Sent 782 men off to our vacation camps. It's the one at Elmira finished. Nope, it's still building. So these guys are heading to Camp Chase. Even though I expanded, it's probably already filled up. Nope, we could hold 33,000 men, so I didn't need to build another one at Elmira. Okay. That one's got over 11,000, and probably got guys shipping down to the one here at Rolla now, since we captured this one. Yep, that one's got 1,100 men in it. All right, let's get this fight rolled off. That one's already rolled off. I'm looking at the wrong part of the map. And that put the depot in our control. Perfect. That is what I wanted. Let's move our men down to Fayette. That's Fayette, right? Yeah, Fayetteville. Looks like we might have finally broken the stalemate out here. And how's San Antonio looking? And we have flipped San Antonio. All right, guys, Indianola, next stop. Things are moving. And you're still advancing. This should be our next combat. We're definitely taking this to the end of the month. We're actually going to get an entire month done this episode with a lot of work getting done. We've gotten a lot of work done. The dominoes are falling into place for us. All right, it's still May 26th, and we do have our next combat here, and it is out in Virginia like I expected to be. The Army of Washington, with its 2 corps, So we actually have a unified command structure for once that we're fighting. So we're going in with 17,332 infantry, 664 cavalry, and 35 guns against D.R. Jones with 7,300 infantry and 2 guns, and Holmes' Corps with 5,200 infantry and 0 guns, with a total of 11,082 infantry, 1,495 cavalry, 2 guns. So we're going to have to knock these boys out real fast and then rush back to Richmond, since Randolph decided to sneak in there once we moved up to Fredericksburg. Welcome, my grunts, to the Battle of Gordonsville. We are fighting on the Fredericksburg map, and the rebels are actually defending all the way back here at the Auroch House and Salem Church. So, defending the Orange Plank Road here. So, it's going to take us a while to get to them. It definitely will not be a day one fight, as we got to cross the river and still get up into attack positions. None of the pontoons are built. Even that semi-engineer's down to build the pontoons. The AI doesn't really like pathfinding with the pontoons for some reason, so we're going to be using the fords up here north of the city. So it's going to be a while before we get down to them. All right, it's now 1620, and the Gotcha Guard got way out ahead of the rest of my forces here. And this is going to be a tough fight. They have a defense in depth set up here. So, yeah, we're not attacking up that hill. And we are. I was originally going to attack right up the road into them, but that is sure as hell not happening now. This approach path is not much better. We're going to try and swing out this way and come up these roads here and attack from their right flank, because we are not going through that. And they do have forces out on the right here. I'm definitely not getting an attack kicked off today. We just finally got the last infantry division on the move. I still got to move the artillery and engineers forward. And I'm not even sure if the Reaper division is going to take part in this attack, because their morale's still low from the last battle. And I don't want to send new orders until these guys are fully across the ford to start shifting everybody. One of the downsides about all the reinforcements I sent out, the Rileys did not get any reinforcements, so you still see a 5-star brigade. The Irish brigade and the Whiskey Worshippers, which are both also 5-star brigades, took in so many reinforcements they lost all of their. They're basically not as good as they used to be. They're no longer crack units, which really sucks. So, and they were the guys I was going to lead the attack with. But yeah, definitely not going that direction. All right, it's now 1830. We are getting towards the end of the day here. Most of my forces are in basically position outside of the artillery, which are still coming up. I was trying to move the Irish division along this road here, because I did not see these troops in the woods here. So it's the end of the day, but we're still going to launch ourselves a localized attack here, since we have the opportunity to do some damage before the day is over. Possibly clear the road out so that we can push the Whiskey Vikings up into the position I wanted to put the Irish in. And the Artie Party's been in a duel with this battery here, which says it has 0 guns, but it's still somehow causing damage to us. So actually, we're going to pull the Artie Party back. Get them out of there. Though they did level up pretty nicely while engaged in that duel. But now we can't see them again, of course. Come on, get the hell out of the way. What the hell's going on here? Really hoping to get a little bit of damage done, and Really what I want to try and do is try and turn them out of their entrenchments. There's really what I'm looking to do. Or possibly even lock them in while one of my divisions swings in behind. That'd be good also. Who is this? McIntosh, 600 men. That's it. Push them in. Clear this road. Okay, you got the two corps on either side of each other. That's it. Shove them away, boys. Shove them away. Yeah, Anderson next up. And there's the end of the day. All right. Those are all those dust trails right there. Don't tell me there were more men in here that we didn't see. You guys stay where you are, and you're going to keep on your march orders since you're still right there. I'm not changing any march orders. I'm going to let the orders continue as they are. And they built more entrenchments. These guys had a lot of engineering points. Holy crap. But we might have turned them out over here. They may have come out on at least the first line of entrenchments. Looks like they came out. This is not going to be easy. Hmm. Yeah, we definitely got to push into Salem Church from up here and come at this from behind. There's no way we're coming at them from the front. Or even this flank now because they built more entrenchments.
Keep an eye out, boys. Those gangsters could be anywhere.
310 casualties there, 350. How many did we lose to overnight attrition? We lost 240 men to overnight attrition. They only lost 91. It'll be a little while still before I'm ready to start pushing into Salem Church from the rear, so I'll be back. All right, it's now going on 7 a.m., and I do have movements happening on the map. I am pushing down the Reaper Division into the low ground here to start hitting these exposed units in the flank while my artillery is still coming up. So I do want these guys cleared out. And the Whiskey Vikings are moving into their assault positions with the Irish moving up behind them to carry on the assault. Probably should leave the Reapers out of this. Not the division itself, but the rifle regiment. Ah, hey, they all just laid down. Great. And they can see us without us seeing them, and I don't want to push into the entrenchments. I mean, this is absolute BS. This is an open field, and we can't see these guys. You can play that game. Now, Lead Breakfast is almost here.
Save your water for when
Rapidan's gonna be skirmishers.
coffee and hot.
Time now, men.
And of course, they're already firing at us. You gotta be kidding me with this crap. That was a good hit on early. That volley did nice work. The Army commander is here. Hopefully we take him out. Skirmishers are out of ammo. 35th, give me some skirmishers. That's right, boys. We're in your rear. Who's going to hit level 3 this battle? Probably not. Hopefully they do. Move at the double, so I got the brigade that we can't spot. Getting these guns in position. Get into battery. 20th losing all the reinforcements they just got. All right, we gotta force those cavalry out. Let's go. All right, Irish, time to start pushing in. Go, you have your orders, boys. Let's move. Has their commander survived all that firing? He's wounded. I really should have drug down their morale a bit more than an ass. Turn and fire. All right, let the Irish Brigade come on in. Bala bala, boys. What the fuck are you boys doing? Let's go. You know, this is not the first battle you've pissed me off. Finally got that cow moved. They're literally right in front of us. And I'm 50 yards away. Come on. Worshippers, get the hell up here. hell's going on here? Oh, we already shifted into a major victory, really. 20% of their force, okay. We're at 7% losses, taking a lot more damage than I expected to, because these guys keep disappearing from our side, even though they're right in front of us. Alright, they should start withdrawing soon, but they may not. My attack up here is kind of petered out as some of these brigades are ready to break. Once we hold the objective, they should start their retreat, I'm thinking. Yep, there they go. There it is. 8 minutes on the clock. Oh, these boys are coming right at the Bradans. And we lost sight of them, even though they're on the move. What the hell's been going on with that stuff? Just keep shooting into them, boys. Why the hell are you facing that direction? And Smith just surrendered with 246 men, but that's another brigade surrendered to us. So that's 3 brigades this episode that have surrendered to us. And there's the end. bloodier than I really hoped, but you saw that entrenchment set. Holy crap. The fact that they're 50 yards from my men, not even 50 yards from my men, to lose sight of their brigades. It's getting disgusting with the glitch outs. So we took down 2,700 of their 12,000 infantry, 850 to 1,600 guys. They didn't have any guns on the field, but somehow their guns were still hitting us. Go figure. Total 3,500 of their 14,000 men. We lost 1,473 of our 17,225 men, 3 of our 664 cavalry. How the hell did we lose 20 guns? Did one of my batteries break? 2 batteries had to have broken for that to happen. From counter battery fire that we should have not been receiving because they have no guns. Well, we lost total 1,515 of 18,487 men. Ugh. All right, time for the combat reports. Hey, engineers did not fight. Whiskey Vikings. Stockbrokers did 391 to infantry, captured 22 for total 417. 20th New York did 97 to infantry, 171 to cavalry for total 272. Sweemu Brigade did 1 to infantry, 540 to cavalry for total 557. Losses, stockbrokers, 31 dead, 201 wounded, 47 missing, total 279. Aggregate strength of 884, 24% casualties. 20th New York, 50 dead, 282 wounded, 56 missing, total 388. Aggregate strength 1,125, 26% casualties. And the Sweemoos just had 2 men go missing overnight. They took no return fire whatsoever. Pretty nice. Reaper Division, Berdans did 501 to infantry. Reapers, I really tried to keep out of the fighting because their morale was not good. 35th Infantry did 264 to infantry, 60 to cavalry, total 324. Losses, Berdans, 6 dead, 34 wounded, 8 missing, total 48. Aggregate strength 1,131, 4% losses. Reapers, 4 dead, 112 missing. That's overnight attrition because their morale was not good. Aggregate strength 1,342, 8% losses. 35th, 27 dead, 159 wounded, 44 missing, total 230. Aggregate strength 2,285, 9% losses. Irish Division. Riley's did 155 to infantry because I really had them out on the far flank and I was trying to get them in, but they never really got in. Whiskey Worshippers did 254 to infantry plus up to 257, and the Irish Brigade did 421 to infantry, 14 to cavalry, total 438. And the Irish did take a big hit on casualties, but not as bad as I thought. They were starting to break there, but like I said, I just influxed a lot of fresh recruits into the Irish division. So there was that. Riley's 5 wounded, 6 missing for a total of 11. Aggregate strength 1,395, 1% casualties. Whiskey Worshippers, 6 dead, 66 wounded, 15 missing for a total of 87. Aggregate strength 2,213, 4% casualties. Irish Brigade, 29 dead, 179 wounded, 70 missing for a total of 278. Aggregate strength 2,641, 10% casualties. Gotcha Guard. Nuggets did not fight. The Artie Party did 36 to infantry, 2 to cavalry, 1 artillery for a total of 45. Losses. Nuggets had 3 go missing on the overnight. Artie Party, 2 dead, 3 wounded, 6 missing for a total of 11. Aggregate strength 34, 24% casualties. The horse batteries are not very big. So it seems like they don't have much there, but that's really the size of the horse batteries. First Artillery Division, Lead Breakfast did 4 to artillery. Whiskey Kegs did 5 to infantry, 4 to artillery for total 9. And Thor's Hammer did 2 to infantry, 7 to artillery for total 19. Losses. Lead Breakfast and the Whiskey Kegs both broke. I don't understand how. Especially with these numbers. They took like no casualties and they both broke. All right, Lead Breakfast suffered 2 killed, 2 wounded, 2 missing for a total of 6. Aggregate strength 119, 5% casualties. Whiskey Kegs, 4 dead, 11 wounded, 5 missing for a total of 20. Aggregate strength 139, 13% casualties. Thor's Hammer, 2 wounded, 1% casualties. All right, we didn't lose anybody wounded officer-wise, amazingly. We did wound General Beauregard. Nobody from Holmes' Corps. What about Jones's Corps? Wounded Brigadier General Sloan. We killed General Koch. Wounded General Pfeiffer of Pfeiffer's Brigade. The Hampton Legion doesn't even have any of their original units left in it. We killed General McIntosh of the Washington Artillery and wounded Brigadier General Smith of his brigade. We got 5 of their officers. Not a bad grab. I mean, the way they had these entrenchments set up going up that hill, I mean, let's go take another look at this. If I had attacked from down here, we were not carrying those entrenchments with a straightforward attack. Even from over here attacking, it would have put us on the flanks of these 2 entrenchments. That would have never worked either. Or it would have been a lot bloodier than it was. I'll get closed out of here and I'll see you all at the newspaper screen. Glorious victory at Gordonsville. Army of Washington fleeing in panic. And it looks like they blamed poor old Lieutenant Colonel Champlin for that. And General McIntosh. Is Lieutenant Colonel Champlin one of my men? Might be. And Colonel N.J. Jackson did become famous. Battle of Gordonsville is ended with the Army of Washington retreating in panic. The enemy reported suffered total casualties of 3,521 men. There are 449 killed and 1,828 captured. Our casualties totaled 1,515 men, with 157 killed, 410 missing, and the rest wounded. We captured 1,553 rifles and 0 guns from the field and sent 1,682 soldiers off to our vacation. Would have been nice if it was 1,683 to match the year. That would have been funny. All right, what type of shape does that leave the grunts in? Because we got to get them back over to Richmond. Get back here, boys. Quick as you can. How big is Randolph? 7,000 men, not bad. Okay. I was really hoping to say we had Virginia secured by the end of the month, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen. I may have to have Meade come in for another attack if there's not a troops down here. But we did take this depot away from them, and since I'm pulling away, we're going to burn that baby down so they don't have it. And where are these guys retreating to? Are they heading? There's no way in hell they're going north. They're going north. Where the hell are they going? Everything here is under our control. The game is not going to let us secure Virginia, is it? What's happening around here? All right. McCown did not go to Chattanooga? Nope. That just says where we think they are. Oh, and the Army of Alabama's on the move. So they are starting to secure Chattanooga. I knew that was going to happen, but I had no choice in the matter. And the Army of the Ohio is in pursuit of Anderson's Corps. Now I know stuff's glitched out. Look at that. The supply lines don't make any sense. Now I'll come back in with the next action or the end of the month, whichever is first. All right, it's now the 27th, just one day along, and Army of Ohio has caught up to Anderson's Corps. They didn't put up a fight for Indianapolis. They retreated out of there right away, but they are putting up a fight for Shelbyville. And they only got around 6,000 men, just under 7,000 men. So, I'm going to take this battle off camera. All right, victory at Shelbyville. I did take the battle off camera, like I said, and it ended up being a lot bloodier once again than I expected it to be, as the rebels were pretty well dug in. We almost went 1-to-1 on the casualties, which is a first for this campaign. Battle of Shelbyville has ended with Anderson's corps retreating in panic. And they blame the loss on the poor old colonel. He has reported suffered total casualties of 1,152 men. There are 180 killed and 297 captured. Archives told 983 men with 212 killed and 135 missing. We've captured 478 rifles and 5 guns from the field and sent 289 soldiers off to our vacation camps. Now, I've been noticing, and I should have brought this up sooner. I probably should have brought it up episodes ago. But the a.o.m mod limits the use of certain weapons that you can produce and certain weapons that you can import. Apparently, that's not the rule for the enemy, because all of the Whitworth rifles, I just faced a fresh battery Whitworth artillery. They're not supposed to be able to get them in the numbers that they have, because almost everybody we're fighting now is armed with some type of Whitworth, whether it is a rifle or the artillery piece, and it's getting kind of insane. But that should clear the north for us now. With those casualties probably not in good shape. No. Morale's determined, but this should force them all the way south to rejoin these boys down here at Hartford. And I did notice that these 2 corps are now retreating south. They were headed north. They've now corrected to head south. So there is that. And hopefully we can be back down to Richmond before that flips over control. Meade's still not ready to move yet. I'm not going to move him until he's yellow. We could move him now since we do effectively control Virginia. But I'm going to wait till he's yellow, because we do have to once again attack these corps that are over in this region. So once he's yellow, I'm going to move him down into Stanton. And once he's ready to move from there, we'll head and hit these corps here. I really wanted to keep them moving down the Shenandoah and then into the Appalachia, but we got to clear these boys first. Probably have to move them via Lynchburg, even though I think the bridge there is destroyed. I know, it's standing. All right. Anything else going on? How are we looking? We're yellow. I am not moving you. Let's turn that to green, get this filled up, get you supplied. Not ready to send him. Did I just see a river squadron? That won't be good if it's there. Looks like they've totally retreated south of Fort Smith, outside of this corps that's up here. And B's only got 250 men and 5 guns, so that's the battery, maybe a cavalry regiment with it. So they totally denuded that force of troops. And almost Indianola. I don't know if we're going to make it there before the month turns, but we're going to try. And how's this depot looking? 8 more days so that's ready. Honestly, we can move him now, but he has no supplies, and that's an issue. All right, I'll be back. All right, it's May 28th, and we have made it down to Richmond, and we're going up against Randolph's Corps. Under the Army of Washington, so the Army commanders here, and they are now under command of David Jones. It is 9 p.m. or 21:30, so this will probably be a May 29th fight. Or we could have an overnight fight. I am going to record this fight because apparently, like the 2 smaller fights I decided not to record were just as lively as the ones I do record, even with the smaller forces on the field. So maybe we'll get the same thing here. Welcome, my grunts, to once again another battle at Richmond. Oh, good lord. So once again, we are on the Cold Harbor Battlefields map, Gaines Mill map, Mechanicsville. A lot of battles fought in this area. Laurel Grove, Shady Grove. A lot of fights have been happening historically and in this campaign. The rebels are defending Gaines House itself off of Gaines Mill, and we're on the other side of the map altogether. So, and it's showing, even though it was 9:30 p.m. or 21:30 on the main map, It's still May 29th, but it kicked us back to 6 a.m. instead of giving us an overnight into the 30th. So I'm going to be a little more cautious on my approach. Last fight, they were not set up anywhere near the objective point. But they were set up straddling, not on it, but kind of straddling, and were able to kind of ambush my cavalry, which I didn't discuss, on the way to the objective point. They were like halfway across the map from it, which turned, my attack plans into a meeting engagement. But get these troops on the move and come back in once we have the rebels sighted. All right, it's now 10:30 in the morning, and we do have the rebels sighted. They're in position from basically their left flanks at Walnut Grove Church with the 7th Cavalry down to here, and along these entrenchments here, it looks like another division behind here at the Gaines Farm itself. So is there nobody in these entrenchments? They only have 6,500 men. Do they have nobody in there? How many we got here? That's 14, probably around 2,000 men there. All right, there's somebody there's somebody in the entrenchments. Okay, I thought I was going to be able to march right into them. Oh, well. So we're launching this attack from the right flank with the Irish division. The Reapers are going to launch their attack from the left flank after the Irish start their attack. And we're just going to pincer the entrenchments between us. Or I originally thought I was, but we do have this division back there I have to worry about. Start moving these boys a little closer. But we're close enough with the Irish now. The Ripley's leading it off with his Sharps rifles, clear out this cavalry, then hopefully the Stonewall Brigade behind them. Or are they gonna turn and come at us? Even better. That makes things easier if they decide to come at us. Won't get a major victory out of it, but at least force them out of Richmond if that's the case. The Irish Brigade moves up, we'll advance them forward. And then send the worshippers up behind them. Gamble has just been pissing me off and pissing me off. They should have been in position already, but even though they were the lead division now, the second and third divisions caught up to his brigade passing by. Extreme range. Come on, Irish Brigade, get in position, damn it. I swear my artillery will be up before you are. Maybe not all the way back here still. I need you up here. What the hell, Mar? Get your men on the move. What the... Riley's gonna run out of ammo before you're in position. Jeez. Fresh Irish bodies I fed into it. Conserve your ammo. I need you to push again. Why the hell are you marching there and then back there? Oh, good God. Again, looks like these boys are all armed with Whitworths. Definitely going to be needing some casualties before we get in there. What type of guns these guys got? Can't tell with the trees. Not see their guns. Bartow might be cracking. Still well back there. Stonewall's already running out of ammo. They might be using captured sharps or some type of quick fire weapon. How can we not see these guys? There they are. Oh, now Gamble decides to move quick. Dan's, what you want in this flank. There goes Stonewall. Now this attack's slow, but we need to be methodical with these entrenchments. Oh, come on, guys. Let's go. There goes Maryland Flying Artillery. And they just laid down the men in the entrenchments. What the hell are you guys doing? The hell's going on back here? It's not the orders I gave you. What the hell's going on back here? It's what all my battles been like, glitch after damn glitch. What the hell is going on? Mr. Burdans were moving properly, but I need them over here.
Keep the cadence, damn you! One!
Sergeant, any word from the commander?
What should have been a quick, easy battle? Ugh. Showing high casualties will only... Come on. And these guys are laying down right in front of them and we can't see them. Get your men into position. Move. Oh, what the hell, 35th? Now we're eating a load of casualties because you guys can't get your fucking act together. Dan's go help out. Look at that, more Whitworths. And there's no... How in God's green earth do they have that type of range? That's even further out than... We're about to step on top... Yeah, we just walked on top of this brigade without seeing them. Hey, they disappeared from sight again, and we're on top of them, fighting in hand-to-hand combat. There we go. Another bloody affair that should have been an easy fight. entrenchments are almost broken along with all my men. We do have the major victory. But at what cost? This should have not been this bloody. And there was another brigade in there. This order's coming from, because he's retreating down that road. And somebody just surrendered to us, Benning, with 821 men. He's all the way back here and surrendered. Ed Watkins won't surrender to us. We almost averaged one brigade per battle. I think there's only 2 battles where I haven't had a brigade surrender yet. Who's that? Louisiana Tigers. Well, we control your home. You got no place to go home to, so why don't you just surrender to us now? All right, once again, a bloody attack, but we were going up against entrenchments. It's turning into that type of war, though. I think the rebels should have started doing that sooner than they have been, but it looks like they've all been getting extra engineering points every battle now, so we are nearing the end. So we took down 2,700 or 6,500 infantry. 800 of them surrendered to us. Got 25 to 45 cavalrymen they had. Apparently they had no guns on the field, but they could have fooled me with how much damage their guns did to us. We lost 2,700 of their 6,500 men. We lost 771 of our 15,867 infantry, 9 of our 661 cavalry, 0 of our 31 guns. Total loss of 780 of our 16,986 men. Wow, I didn't realize 6 battles for this episode. We fought 6 recorded battles, but we fought 8 battles this episode. I can only imagine how long this episode is going to be at this point. Ooh. But we got so much done this episode, I just had to keep going. All right, combat reports. Engineers did not fight. Whiskey Vikings did not fight. Reaper Division. Verdans did 364 to infantry. Reapers did 136 to infantry, and the 35th did 87 infantry. These numbers should have been a lot higher, but for God's sake, what the hell was going on with that division is beyond. Going on with this division is beyond me. Losses: Verdans 27 dead, 167 wounded, 30 missing for total 224. Aggregate strength of 915. 20% casualties. Reapers 4 dead, 7 wounded, 4 missing, total 15. Aggregate strength 1,334. 1% casualties. 35th Infantry, 24 dead, 101 wounded, 16 missing for a total 141. Aggregate strength 2,136, 6% casualties, 7% losses for the division. Irish Division. Riley's Irish did 402 to infantry, 26 to cavalry, 6 to artillery for a total 440. Well, the Whiskey Worshippers beat them out. I didn't think that would happen. Whiskey Worshippers did 396 to infantry, captured 53 for a total 451. Irish Brigade did 329 to infantry, 4 to artillery for a total 334. Losses: Riley's Irish, 5 dead, 28 wounded, 7 missing for a total of 40. Aggregate strength 1,353, 3% casualties. Whiskey Worshippers, 23 dead, 115 wounded, 21 missing for a total of 159. Aggregate strength 2,060, 7% casualties. Irish Brigade, 29 dead, 137 wounded, 26 missing, for a total of 192. Aggregate strength 2,441, 7% casualties, 6% for the division. And nobody else really fought, but the Artie Party was firing. So they did 21 infantry, 7 artillery, for a total of 29. They got 3-inch ordnance rifles. They're really more of a counter battery thing than anything. And, look at that. Even though they showed having 0 guns, their artillery still did damage to my cavalry somehow. With 3 dead, 5 wounded, and 1 missing. Out of probably the 1 missing guy probably got misted by an artillery shell that, the artillery the rebels didn't have, apparently. Ugh. All right, we didn't lose any officers. Let's see if we got any of theirs. Oh, we captured Benning because his brigade did surrender to us. And we killed Brigadier General Wolford. All right. Captured 1, killed 1. Not too bad. Get closed out here, and I'll see you all at the newspaper screen. Glorious victory at Richmond. I wouldn't exactly call it glorious, but it is what it is. And Colonel Dunnell becomes a national hero. And General Wolford, who was killed in action, loses face. They're blaming it on the dead man. Of course they are. Good God. Battle of Richmond has ended with the Army of Washington retreating in panic. The Army's reported suffered total casualties of 2,719 men. There are 288 killed and 1,975 captured. Our casualties total 780 men, with 115 killed, 105 missing, and the rest wounded. We captured 1,567 rifles and 0 guns from the field and sent 1,926 men off to our vacation camps. All right, one thing I want to take a look at here real fast is how many captured British weapons do we have? How the hell do I have 3.1 thousand sharps now? Started a month, I didn't have enough to outfit a brigade. Now I got over 3,000 of the things. Ugh. Sometimes this game. Let's see, where's all the British stuff? We got 9 12-pounder Whitworths, 21 6-pounder Whitworths, got 61 3-inch ordnance rifles. We haven't captured a lot of those because I did not produce any. 230 14-pounder Jameses. Jesus. The Parrots I'm producing myself. 32 6-pound Weird rifles. It's 30 pieces of 30-pound Parrot, which I have not produced myself, which means the rebels are producing them. 16,000 Enfields, 24,000 Lorenzes, 20,000 Mississippis, 13,000 Whitworth rifles. How the fuck were they even able to buy that many? 12,000 Hawkins. Good God. Another almost 6,000 Augustins. Those are kind of crap. But dear God, the amount of British weaponry. And now that puts the grunts down in the red, but at least we got back to Richmond. There we go. Now it's back to the proper time. All right, let's get you boys down to Richmond. Even though they're red, we can still move them into Richmond proper. Because we control Virginia. I was hoping to say we had Virginia secured this episode, but we still have this not a core here, even though we've beat the shit out of them. Part of my language, but I've been recording it now. This is over 12 hours of recording now for this episode. So, getting a little worn out. And the glitches are pissing me off. Well, their army headquarters now separated from the army. Your depot is still building. It's only been one day, so we're going to keep this episode rolling on. We're going to take it to the end of the month. All right, we have finally made it to June 1st, and the bustling month of May is finally finished. Ooh. I don't know if April was... I think April was a shower of blood, while May was a torrent of it. It was... what a busy month. But we are finally through it. So, we have regained control of Richmond. We never really lost control of it, but we now have it fully secured again. The grunts are not going to be moving anywhere anytime soon, at least until they're yellow readiness. They're in the red right now. The army in the east up at New Market is now back into yellow readiness, so as soon as we come back in for the next episode, we'll be launching another attack against this knot of corps that are here in Virginia. I was hoping to have all these corps knocked out of Virginia by the end of this episode, but that just did not happen. Engineer Corps is still sitting at Raleigh waiting for the depot to get built, as they are way out of supply and their morale is panicked. So I need them to get some provisions and forage in. Army of the Ohio is up at Indianapolis, and they're going to remain there until they're back in the yellow readiness. Once that happens, they're going to be pushing back down here into Evansville and then marching across ahead of E.K. Smith's Corps, which is at 9,500 men, and hopefully kicking them out of Kentucky. Anderson still looks like he's on the retreat, probably going to stop at Somerset, so we need to knock this corps out and then get after him again. We still have B's Corps up here, but once again, only has 250 men, so I'm not worried about it at all. And the Army of Tennessee is still sitting at Fayetteville, getting their readiness back up. I had thought about sending them after Fort Smith itself, but they got 7,000 men garrisoned in that fort. I don't know if I could even siege it down without him being in full readiness and probably building another depot right here at the edge of rebel control. So we don't see those rebel corps right now. As soon as he's ready to go, I'm going to swing him back down towards Little Rock again. Hopefully he can get there before the rebels come back for Carrollton. If not, at least we'll have control of Little Rock, and then I can swing back up on Carrollton if necessary. The Independent Cavalry Corps has made it down to Indianola and are flipping that to our control. They're about a quarter of the way there on flipping it. Is that snow? In June in Texas? Now I know the game's glitched. Things have been very glitchy this episode, but back half of this campaign's just been glitchy. Game does not like what I'm doing to it. It's probably the best thing I can say about that. All right, so we're going to end this episode here. Once again, if you're a new viewer, returning viewer, you're not yet subscribed, please think about hitting that subscribe button. If you do, remember that bell icon so the next video comes out. You follow along in the series and enjoying it. Don't forget to bayonet that like button and butt stroke that comment section. And I will see you all at the next episode. Stay grumpy.